The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 7th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Michael Guest to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January 9, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue past 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Samuel Hunsberger of Laken Creek, Pennsylvania. Samuel recently accepted a fully qualified appointment to the United States Military Academy in West Point, New York. Samuel is the son of Melissa and Larry Hunsberger, and is the grandson of Jane Hunsberger and the late Ronald Hunsberger of Laken Creek, PA. The late Audrey Woodkirk of New Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and the late Burdette Woodkirk of Hazel Township, Pennsylvania. As a student at Keystone Senior High School, William is active in the classroom, on the athletic field, and on the stage. He is a member of the student government, a 3-year varsity football player, and member of the marching band. Outside of school, Samuel is a volunteer firefighter for Knox and Callinsburg-Licking Township companies. I would like to congratulate Samuel for his commitment to service and wish him the very best of luck as he embarks on this exciting new phase of life at West Point. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Eric Clark of Howard, Pennsylvania. Eric recently accepted a fully qualified appointment to the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. Eric is the son of Amy and Benjamin Clark. He's the grandson of Yolta and Eric Clark of Warriors Mark, Pennsylvania, and Ann and William Welsh of Rixford, Pennsylvania. Eric is a senior at Baltimore Area High School, where he has excelled in and out of the classroom. As a captain of the varsity football and wrestling team, Eric is a strong leader. He also serves as senior class president and is a member of the National Honor Society. Eric has a clear passion for service and is a great example of what leadership looks like. Best wishes in Annapolis, Eric. I look forward to seeing all that you achieve. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Jude Sterling of Millmont, Pennsylvania. Jude accepted a fully qualified appointment to the United States Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Jude is a senior at the Meadowbrook Christian School. He's the son of Jason and Ann Rischel and the grandson of Shirley O'Brien and Harry Van Sickle of Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, and Kathy and Carl Baskin of Sugar Hill, Georgia. Jude is an active member of the Civil Air Patrol, where he has served in a variety of leadership positions. He is also a student pilot and a member of the cross-country and track and field team. His commitment to service is an inspiration to us all. I'm confident that Jude's experience in and out of the classroom will serve him well as he looks forward to this exciting new phase of life. Jude, thank you for your commitment to our nation, and best of luck in Colorado Springs. Mr. Speaker, it was an honor to nominate these young men. Their dedication to serving our country is inspirational, and I look forward to seeing their successes in the years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, and to all of them, thank you all again for their commitment to the nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a century ago, the philosopher George Santayana wrote that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Today, in America, we are faced with this very dilemma. We are seeing attempts by the ultra-conservatives to rewrite history and cater to those uncomfortable with an evolving world, uncomfortable with our country's original sin. In these cases, it's no longer a matter of forgetfulness, but a deliberate effort to ignore the past or alter it to suit their own political gain. If we allow this altering to take hold, are we not doomed in our pursuit of a more perfect union? It's part of the overall goal by the former president and the MAGA movement. This movement rejects the idea that history is complex, and in the process casts aside efforts to reckon with it. Former President Trump and his followers would prefer to simplify things for an audience afraid of a changing world, and in so doing, Trump and his loyal followers refuse to accept the existence of complexities and contradictions in our shared story. It's why Donald Trump so staunchly defended Robert E. Lee, not because Trump has a grasp on history, but because Lee represents a vision of the past some would like to reclaim. They would rather paint a vision of our story unsullied by racism, suppression of women's rights, or violence against indigenous people. Even the definition of patriotism has been corrupted. But patriotism isn't about ignoring the realities of our wrongs. It's about recognizing them and vowing never again, trying to make things better. But this approach fails to coexist with the MAGA agenda. We've seen others claim the great replacement theory is not a white supremacist conspiracy theory, but a goal of the Democratic Party. Sadly, this battle is also playing out prominently in our educational institutions. Governors in red states have implemented civic standards that whitewash history rather than providing students with a full understanding of our nation's founding. One prominent governor defended his state's African American history curriculum standards, claiming some enslaved people developed skills that could, quote, be applied for their benefit. Our nation's messy history and our present flaws don't serve the MAGA goals and certainly don't empower them. They would rather rewrite the past than change the future, because if they accept the truth, that would be relinquishing power. After all, it's power and the desire to retain it that drives this movement. Donald Trump lying to his followers about the results of the 2020 election was about holding on to power. To suggest enslaved people potentially benefited from slavery is about power, even suggesting that it's immigrants who are, quote, poisoning the blood of our nation is about power. All this stokes fear, division, and ultimately violence. It also suggests to our allies and our adversaries that we cannot be accountable for our wrongs. We must show that we stand with the truth, not denialism, that we don't accept lies about claiming the election was stolen, that we don't accept lies suggesting that black people benefited from slavery, recognizing that these lies have consequences. Today, we are witnessing what the wrongful rewriting of history can lead to. Vladimir Putin continues to falsely claim Ukraine is part of Russia in an attempt to justify his war. We may feel as though something like this, the deliberate brainwashing of the public, can never happen here. Well, it can, and it is. We cannot allow this revisionist history to continue spreading so maliciously and so effectively, not only for how the world perceives us, but for our pursuit of a more perfect union. We must recognize the darker sides of the past and teach our children that recognition is not a criticism, it is a lesson. If we are to maintain a grip on reality in our history, we must start at the local level, especially in our schools. We must ensure our children are taught the truth about the past. We must keep working to uphold the truth at all costs, regardless of how agreeable it is. This is not an affront to our history or our values. It is a promise to build a better tomorrow. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm going to speak to you once again, about our atmosphere, climate, and most specifically about carbon dioxide, which has been weaponized in the argument around here with government agencies against the people as a tool, I think, to more take control of the economy and people's personal property. Carbon dioxide, I'll remind you, is 0.04% of the entire pie of our atmosphere. Oxygen, 21%, nitrogen, 78%, trace gases other than that, 0.03. Argon is much bigger in our atmosphere than CO2. Yet you would think that with the CO2 numbers creeping up slowly, it's the end of the world. Everything around here has to be run through a CO2 filter, a climate change filter. And it's much to the detriment of our economy and the U.S.'s position in the world. Now, most recently, the Securities and Exchange Commission has adopted rules on their own to decide that people are going to have to start disclosing their climate impact of how they operate their businesses. Climate impact. You're going to have to start accounting for your CO2 production and report that to a federal entity. Now, this is pretty much going to mean everybody if they're connected to a certain size of business and what have you. So suppliers, small suppliers to larger corporations that are caught in the snare of this will have to account for that. Let's say food production. Let's say you have ingredients that are placed into a larger recipe for food products that you would buy from maybe a larger conglomerate. But there's also individual small growers, say a carrot farmer, say a bean farmer. He's now going to have to disclose his CO2 production on his farm because he might be selling to a larger entity that is caught in the snare of the SEC. Where does this all end? How much time does an individual like that have to chase around and figure out what his CO2 impact is going to be, especially since it's only 0.04% of our atmosphere? And there's much debate about what amount of the CO2 is caused by human activity. Some want to say, oh, it's 50%. Others believe it's a very small, tiny percentage, like maybe 3%. So there's those that want to say, well, the science is settled, merely because they want to move on and take control over so many aspects of our economy. So what are some of the issues that we've seen outgrow that? We have what's known as ESG, environmental, social, and governance. Now, the country of Sri Lanka, just a few short years ago, decided to adopt and try and meet these ESG goals, much to the great harm of their economy. It almost collapsed good portions of their economy because they went whole hog as a whole country on that to try and adopt ESG goals. And so on the environmental side of the E, they forced farmers to completely convert to organic materials for their fertilizer and whatever pesticide products they were able to use organically. What immediately happened? Rice yields in the country dropped 20%. The price of rice went up 50% for consumers. And we saw that that blew a great big hole in the ag economy in that small country. Their country had to come in and start doing bailouts, basically, to help keep those farmers afloat until they finally caught their senses and abandoned a lot of those ESG goals. They're also an important tea exporter, which caused their exports to fall, and they lost hundreds of millions of dollars on that as well. And so their economies collapsed by trying to meet some arbitrary ESG goal brought on by outsiders that really have this idealistic elite whim of what people should be doing instead of what actually works. So I run this all by you here is that the Biden administration has been causing this kind of harm on our own economy in this country. And the focus of every agency seems to be climate, climate, climate all the time, because of a tiny increase in CO2. CO2 is a rounding error in the overall atmospheric chart here, and the increase of that is minute. So how much of it you blame on human activity versus what might be happening with other natural occurring issues? So what do we have? Our economy is being outclassed by China and others in the Pacific Rim that can produce at will, and they're the much larger so-called polluters than we are of CO2. So do you want to have a situation where we can actually have a better control and reasonable regulations on how things are produced in this country? We want to export it all to China and places like that and have basically almost no control on how they're doing that. So what we're going to hear tonight, the president's going to be in this room. He's probably going to talk a whole bunch about climate and some new initiatives on that. Instead, why doesn't he focus on something that could have immediate help for the devastating things going on at our border in this country? 8 steps he could take with a swing of a pen to clean up our border problems instead of blaming Republicans for his mess. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm from Motown, where our music has changed the world in so many incredible ways forever. But artists in my district and across our country are struggling to make ends meet in an industry where the money just keeps going to executives and shareholders. It would take more than 800,000 streams per month to make equivalent of $15 an hour. In the vast majority of our artists are on platforms like Apple Music, Spotify. And one of the things that, even for them, they never ever get to 800,000 streams in a year. This is a big deal. Streaming now represents 84% of recorded music industry's revenue in the United States, but most of the artists who bring joy to our lives and culture aren't seeing any of it. The Living Wage for Musicians Act, which I introduced with Representative Bowman, would change that by creating a new fund that aims to pay artists at least 1 penny per stream. The bill will completely reform the music industry, supporting much more diverse set of artists, enabling more recording and touring, and sending a ripple effect throughout local economies by supporting professionals throughout the music industry. I truly encourage my colleagues to learn more about this, co-sponsor the bill, and help change artists' lives forever. Our community is deeply saddened by the loss of Chef Max Hardy, a Detroit native who was a trailblazer in his advocacy to end hunger. Chef Max was the owner of Rosedale Park Neighborhood's restaurant River Bistro, Co-op Caribbean Fusion inside Detroit Shipping Company, and Jed's Detroit on 7 Mile Road. He founded the One Chef Ken 86 Hunger Foundation, a nonprofit organization that fights against hunger and raises awareness about food insecurity. The New York Times named Hardy one of 16 black chefs changing food in America in 2021. Chef Max also co-wrote the Marley Coffee Cookbook with Rohan Marley, Bob Marley's son, and was featured on the Food Network. He was a champion in inspiring young people in Detroit, teaching them fundamentals of conscious cooking. On behalf of the 12th Congressional District, we send our love and condolences to Chef Max's 2 daughters and his family. He truly will be missed. I want to recognize the remarkable work of the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries, as they recently celebrated 115th year anniversary of service to our residents. For over a century, Detroit Rescue Mission has been a beacon of hope, providing food, shelter, services to those in our community that are most vulnerable. Detroit Rescue Mission was founded by David Stuckey on February 14, 1909. The mission began as a soup kitchen with a mission to find permanent solutions for our most vulnerable residents in the city of Detroit. Detroit Rescue have worked tirelessly to rebuild hundreds of thousands of lives destroyed by addiction, homelessness, and poverty. I'm so grateful for the work of the Detroit Rescue Mission, for their incredible leadership in our community, and I'm looking forward to witnessing all they will continue to accomplish in the years to come. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss the challenges that America is facing and identify ways we can restore order in this country. Tonight, President Biden will join us in this very chamber to address the nation. I'm hopeful that he will speak to the real issues before us and detail how he plans to work with House Republicans to get America back on track. The southern border, inflation, international debt, and the weaponization of the federal government need his immediate attention. Since last year, House Republicans have passed legislation after legislation to secure our southern border, reduce and reprioritize federal spending, and end the weaponization of the federal government. We passed H.R. 2 to finish the border wall, increase the number of Border Patrol agents, protect unaccompanied children from human trafficking, and terminate catch and release. Since President Biden took office, there have been more than 8.5 million illegal crossings. That's almost 3 times the population of Kansas, including known criminals and terrorists are on that list. Just last month, the nation was horrified by the brutal murder of Laken Riley by an illegal immigrant. Despite the illegal immigrant's criminal history in the United States, failed liberal policies allowed him to stay here, and an innocent young woman from Georgia paid the price. Now that President Biden has visited the real southern border and witnessed the crisis he created, he should work with House Republicans to secure our southern border. We passed legislation to limit future government spending, reclaim $200 billion of unaccounted for COVID dollars, and promote pro-growth energy and economic policy. While the White House says inflation is cooling, those of us in middle America still feel the weight of Washington's spending problem. Our national debt has surpassed $34 trillion. Diesel is well over $3.60 a gallon in Kansas. Americans' paychecks are grossly overtaxed, and Washington Democrats pretend that the president has a no-limit credit card. This is no way to govern. It's irresponsible, it's fiscal insanity, and President Biden should work with House Republicans to rein in inflation and our national debt. We passed legislation that ends the weaponization of the federal government. We're working to hold the U.S. Department of Justice accountable to applying justice equally, and we're pushing the U.S. EPA to fully implement U.S. Supreme Court's ruling that EPA's Waters of the U.S. rule is unconstitutional. We are working to reduce the number of executive orders that the Biden administration uses in the force of law. We're standing for the unborn and fighting the radical agenda that promotes federal funding for abortions. In the big first, we know that the right to life is a right from God, not from the government. That right deserves to be protected. President Biden should work with House Republicans to end the weaponization of the federal government once and for all. I hope that President Biden will also discuss how he will work with us to enact a strong farm bill that will protect and strengthen crop insurance, incentivize agriculture trade opportunities, promotes global food security, supports agriculture research, and reflects the needs of the American farmer, ranchers, and agriculture producers who work to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. I hope that he will address the importance of our country's energy independence, our fight against China, and a strong Second Amendment. The list goes on and on. When the President joins us here tonight, he has the opportunity to share with Kansans and Americans his plan to tackle these challenges head on. Mr. Speaker, I'm optimistic that our greatest days are yet to come. Those days require us to get America back on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise some remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans have finally decided to have Hunter Biden testify in public on their sham impeachment into President Biden. Now, the American people will soon see what we all saw behind closed doors, that there is zero evidence of any wrongdoing by President Biden, who had no involvement in any of Hunter's business dealings. Absolutely none. And we'll continue to call out these lies. But let's take a look at the star witnesses that the House majority has brought forward in this political stunt impeachment. We have Alexander Smirnov. We know is an indicted Russian asset. He's been indicted for lying, by the way, and working with Russian spies. We have another who turned out to be a spy for China and actually sold weapons to Iran. And a third is right now serving a 14-year sentence in prison for fraud. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. We also, of course, recently have learned about another disgraced con man who colluded with the Trump campaign, all star witnesses of the Republican majority. And of course, we shouldn't forget Rudy Giuliani and his grand conspiracy theories, which is all the House majority is left with. Now, the GOP insists on impeaching President Biden at whatever the cost, all to help Donald Trump get reelected. Now, Donald Trump was impeached twice for his crimes and faces 91 felony charges, and he's desperate for revenge. If there's anyone we should be investigating, it's the Trump crime family and Jared Kushner's $2 billion deal from the Saudi government, which he received just weeks after leaving the White House. The one person that was in charge of the Middle East envoy, then receives $2 billion into an investment fund. We know that the Saudis spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in Trump properties. That is a real scandal and should be investigated. It's time to end this impeachment scam and get back to work for the American people. And with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Jose Samaniego, who passed away in 2017 far too early at the age of 33. Jose was a firefighter for the Golden Ranch Fire District and remembered for his passion for community service. Jose Samaniego also served on the board of the North Tucson Firefighters Association, Local 3832, working to better the community through fundraisers for local foster families. Jose began his career as a wildland firefighter and member of the Ava Valley Fire District before going to Raytheon Missile Systems. In 2012, Jose went to work for Golden Ranch, where he became a member of the Special Operations Team. Beyond his firefighter achievements, Jose was a devoted husband to Serena and a loving father to 4 children, Andres, Alicia, Adam, and Annabella, who I had the pleasure of meeting recently and was impressed with their drive and their dedication. They have bright futures ahead of them, knowing that they proudly carry the legacy of their dad. In honor of Jose, the North Tucson Firefighters Association started the annual Jose Samaniego Memorial Archery Tournament and Barbecue Challenge. I was honored to attend this event this past Saturday, on March 2nd, and had the opportunity to meet his entire family and experience firsthand the event as a fitting tribute to the passion that Jose had for his community and also his fire family, as well as his love for the outdoors. Jose Samaniego remains a true hero in the hearts of the greater Tucson community and the residents of my district. We extend our gratitude for his dedicated service and are eternally thankful for his contributions. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Minidito and its owners, Jimmy and Ernie Lopez. Minidito, the Lopez family's restaurant, has been a staple in Tucson for 72 years. Jimmy and Ernie's grandparents, Ernesto and Alicia Lopez, first opened the restaurant doors in 1952. Since then, the Lopez family has tirelessly upheld Minidito's legacy for 3 generations. Arizonans and visitors from across the country and around the world have stood in line for hours to get a taste of their renowned chile rellenos and enchilada-style burritos as well. Over the last 7 decades, Minidito has also had some notable guests, including then-President Bill Clinton, who visited the restaurant in 1999. As Jimmy and Ernie begin a well-deserved retirement, Laura and I want to thank them and the entire Lopez family for their contributions to our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the South Point girls basketball team for winning the 4A state championship. In an exciting game, they secured victory over Gilbert's Mesquite High by a score of 59-49. This marks the Lancers' second state championship in the last 3 seasons. Their hard work and perseverance over the past season has been truly commendable. I am proud to represent such dedicated student athletes, determined coaches, and supportive parents. Congratulations to Coach Joseph Lovano and this talented team for a well-earned title. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize retiring Border Patrol agent Michael Hyatt. Mr. Hyatt currently serves as the agent in charge at the Brian A. Terry Station near Naco, Arizona. He will retire later this month, ending a 28-year career with Border Patrol. After joining in 1996, Michael spent the majority of his time with Border Patrol in Arizona, with 11 years at the Naco Station. His work as agent in charge has been praised by Cochise County residents, specifically for his tireless community outreach and strong relationship with ranchers. As Michael prepares for a well-deserved retirement, I want to personally thank him for all his hard work. And with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, at the young age of 109, Cassie Smith voted on the first day of this year's primary and was among the first in North Carolina to do so. Miss Cassie, also known as Ma Cassie by neighbors and friends in her Brattleboro community, is a living and walking symbol of our democracy. I'm honored to welcome her to Washington, D.C. as my special guest to the State of the Union. When I visited the Smith home to invite her, in response, Ma Cassie smiled brightly and said, "I'm blessed. I thank God every day." Her faith drives her, and she wholeheartedly believes in the importance of fulfilling her civic duty. And what a reminder as we commemorate Bloody Sunday. Miss Cassie traveled by airplane, which was the first time she has flown. And she said this was an item on her bucket list. At 109, why not? I'm glad to let Eastern North Carolina and the American people know that Delta Flight 5310 has landed and Miss Cassie is here in Washington, D.C., safe and sound, with her son Frank and caretaker Faye. Miss Cassie, you can check that one off your bucket list. From working on the farm, turned maid, and now a special guest at 109 years old. What an American story and inspiration. Her presence at our nation's capital embodies the very essence of why we have the opportunity to assemble and our democratic values. Mr. Speaker, it's indeed with great honor I share Miss Cassie Smith's story and yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I was troubled to recently hear that former Chief of Border Patrol Raul Ortiz never spoke to either President Biden or the Vice President and so-called border czar Kamala Harris in the 2 years he headed up security at our southern border. In a recent interview, Chief Ortiz said he never had a single conversation with either of them. He went on to say, quote, "That's a problem, given that he commanded 21,000 border patrolmen." I'd argue it's more than a problem. At the very least, it's an indication that border security was never and has not been a priority for our commander-in-chief. It's a bit like abandoning a soldier on the battlefield. Mr. Speaker, because of the policies of the Biden administration, Ortiz had to endure an unprecedented surge of illegal immigration month after month in his 2.5 years at the helm. There were more than 5 million illegal immigrant encounters and 1.5 million gotaways during that period. His patrolmen seized more than 50,000 pounds of fentanyl at the southern border by the time of his retirement at the end of last June. When asked about whether the White House was sending mixed messages to Mexico, Central America, and beyond, he said without hesitation, yes. That mixed messaging was heard loud and clear when President Biden was on the campaign trail in 2019 and said that the United States could take another 2 million immigrants, quote, in a heartbeat. The message that got even louder after he took office, in no time, he halted border patrol activity, wall construction, and ended the successful Remain in Mexico asylum policy. It's also important to consider that Ortiz was at the helm when Title 42 was lifted. All of the experts warned that an unprecedented surge in illegal immigration would follow if that authority was lifted. Nevertheless, the Biden administration fought tirelessly for its end. Imagine overseeing the border and not getting a single call from those undoing years of border policy. Imagine the stress, the staffing challenges, the human trafficking and drug crime, all happening with the stroke of a pen and without your input. Under the Biden administration, we've seen an unprecedented abuse of parole authority, resulting in more than 1 million immigrants being allowed to enter the United States. The president clearly kept that 2019 campaign promise, and it appears he kept his border officials in the dark in the process. Ultimately, a phone call won't solve this crisis, and we don't need new immigration laws to solve the invasion at the southern border. Don't be fooled by the Democrats and the president calling for new legislation and resources. What we need is a president willing to enforce existing law and one who will prioritize the men and women who protect our borders over those crossing them illegally. The main need for new legislation is to force the president to enforce existing laws and to complete the border wall. And the House passed that legislation, the Secure the Border Act of 2023, almost 10 months ago, only to have it sit idly on the Senate side and be ignored. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my guest for State of the Union. He is a leader in the fight to make health care more affordable and equitable. Fat Joe is a Grammy-nominated artist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. He is also a partner with Power to the Patients to advocate for health care price transparency. Confusing health information, language barriers, and lack of insurance are challenges that make our healthcare system difficult to navigate, especially for communities of color. Because of high out-of-pocket costs, insured patients can still face enormous medical bills, and uninsured patients are more likely to face unnecessary hospital fees. Healthcare is the only service where someone does not know the cost until after you purchase it, until after receiving the healthcare services. We must remove barriers that restrict families from getting care, including knowing your cost upfront. This builds upon the work of President Biden and House Democrats to put people over politics, to lower the cost of health care coverage and lower drug prices. Fat Joe's work to highlight the need for price transparency is necessary to reduce health care costs for American families. I'm proud to welcome him back to the Capitol as my guest. Mr. Speaker, I rise to applaud and support the full funding of WIC in the fiscal year 2024 budget. For 50 years, WIC has delivered quality nutrition benefits and breastfeeding support for almost 10 million American families, including almost 1 million pregnant women, breastfeeding mothers, and children in California. As chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I hear stories every day of how essential WIC is to Latino families in America, with more than 6 million Latino women and children enrolled. Last year, the Hispanic Caucus joined the Black Caucus and the Democratic Women's Caucus to send a letter to congressional leadership to urge them to fully fund WIC. For months, House Republicans insisted on harmful funding cuts, which put women and children's health at risk. House Republicans worked tirelessly for a $1 billion funding increase to meet the basic needs of the program. This week, House Democrats were successful in our efforts. Moms and their babies and pregnant women who rely on WIC can breathe a sigh of relief. Their access to their benefits will continue. House Democrats will continue to keep up the fight in Congress towards an America where no one goes hungry. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a leader from our district who has created jobs and changed lives, all while growing the largest African-American-owned business in the state of Nebraska and the largest private mixed-use development investment in North Omaha. Carmen Tapio is currently the CEO of North End Teleservices, which has soared to the Incorporated 5,000 list of fastest-growing companies for the last 4 years, injecting over $306 million into Nebraska's economy. She established Forever North Real Estate to help reimagine North Omaha and set it on a promising path where a community can work, live, and play. Her leadership is helping to reduce poverty, unemployment, and is changing the trajectory of families for generations to come. Through developing the only Department of Labor registered apprenticeship for her industry, micro-credentialing, and bringing people up through the organization, she's growing her own workforce and leadership. Wanting to empower black women across the state, Carmen ignited the formation of Nebraska Black Women United with a few phone calls, her own humble take on its formation. Today, over 800 women belong to the purpose-driven organization and continue to fan the flames of growth and support for black women. In addition, she founded the Network Spot, a premier co-working space nestled in the heart of the North Omaha community. The Network Spot exists for collaboration and to nurture the ingenuity of brilliant entrepreneurial minds. Tapio lends her expertise by serving on various for-profit and nonprofit boards. She serves as the chair of the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, the Omaha Zoological Society Board of Directors, the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City's Omaha Branch Board of Directors, Werner Enterprises Board of Directors as the chair of the ESG Committee, the Peter Kiewit Foundation trustee, the Ewing Marion Kaufman Foundation Board of Trustees, the University of Nebraska Trustee Foundation, and the Nebraska Medicine Board Finance Committee, just to name a few. This Women's History Month, she was recognized by the Governor of Nebraska and the Nebraska Land Foundation as the 2024 Distinguished Nebraska Lander. She is the 2023 Inspire Awards Woman of the Year, 2022 Inspire Woman of the Year for Large Business, and the 2022 USA Today Nebraska Woman of the Year, the 2022 Omaha Business Hall of Fame inductee, and the 2022 Black Women Legacy Award, and the 2022 the Better Business Bureau Torch Awards, and the Forbes 2021 Next 1000, and the 2021 Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce Excellence in Leadership Awards. She is incredible. Carmen's parents instilled in her and each of her 5 sisters that they could do anything they set their minds to. She says that foundation cultivated her strong belief in the human spirit and that anything is possible. This is what she endeavors to teach people as she and her organization works to help people create a vision for their lives to advance their economic independence and career path. Carmen and her husband Bob live with their dog Bella and enjoy traveling and gardening together. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to speak about America's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and America's #1 anti-poverty program for children. That, of course, is Social Security. I want to commend President Biden. I commend him for putting forward the concept of making sure that Social Security is solvent into the next century and making sure that we expand benefits. And he did so by saying we do something that's very common sense and practical. We lift the cap on people making over $400,000. Now, most citizens probably don't realize that there's even a cap on Social Security. But why is it that all individuals shouldn't have to pay into the system? We have a poster here, and God bless these wealthy individuals that are able to achieve great success and vast sums of money. But why should a person making $30 or $50 or $75 or $100,000 pay throughout the year for their Social Security when these wealthy individuals will pay about a minute into the beginning of the year? Just last month was the last time that millionaires would pay anything into the system. President Biden has said, let's scrap the cap on people over $400,000. I have many town halls where I ask people in the audience, raise your hand if you're making more than $400,000. So far, I haven't seen a single hand go up. And yet they're exempt from participating in what is the nation's #1 insurance program for the elderly and also for children. And by the way, especially in this time of deficit talk, etc. It's completely paid for. This is a real kitchen table issue because 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. And they're sitting there and asking, well, why is it that Social Security hasn't been enhanced? Because the only body that can do that is the United States Congress. And it hasn't done anything since 1971 to enhance the program, Mr. Speaker, and to make sure that people are paying their fair share. So the fair thing to do here is to scrap the cap, which would extend solvency of Social Security instead of having it limit, but also would be able to provide benefits to people, including a COLA that actually works on behalf of our senior citizens, including a across-the-board increase for everyone on Social Security, since it hasn't been increased since 1971, making sure that people who are currently paying taxes on their Social Security don't have to do so. And how are we able to do that? By having people pay their fair share, people who don't pay, in many instances, a penny into FICA. That is flat out wrong for the wealthiest nation in the world that has provided the benefits and the freedoms and the liberty that allowed these very successful people to succeed in the greatest country in the world. It's time for us, Mr. Speaker, to come together and address this for all Americans as we seek to close the wealth gap that exists in this country. For more than 40%, Mr. Speaker, of our fellow citizens, Social Security is the only benefit that they have. The only benefit that they have. And for these individuals to be exempt from having to pay into that system is absolutely wrong and unjust. That's why, again, I commend President Biden for standing up for all Americans and saying, no, we're going to scrap the cap. We're going to lift that cap on people paying over $400,000, making over $400,000. It won't even be an inkling for them to do this, but what it will do is provide us the opportunity to expand Social Security, to make sure that Social Security now goes into effect by eliminating WEP and GPO, that has wrongly penalized teachers and firefighters and police officers and their spouses and families from receiving the very Social Security benefits they deserve. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On his first day in office, Biden signed an executive order overturning every border security measure established during the Trump administration and paving the way for 11 million foreign nationals to enter our country illegally. During the first 3 years of his administration, Biden consistently denied the border security crisis. Biden lied. Biden and his staff falsely claimed that the border was secure. It is only now, after countless lives have been taken, that the Biden administration has admitted that there is a problem because they put politics ahead of the safety of the American people. The tragic murder of 22-year-old Georgia student Laken Riley is a direct consequence of Biden's failure to secure the border. The illegal immigrant from Venezuela who killed her should never have been allowed in our country. I grieve for Laken's family on their tragic loss. I cannot imagine the pain. No parent in our country should ever lose a child due to reckless border policies and soft on crime policies. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have blood on their hands. They should say her name and apologize to her family. The primary responsibility of the government is to protect the American people. Instead, Biden has opened our borders to an invasion of military-age men and put American lives in danger. Today, we have the opportunity to vote for the Laken Riley Act to ensure that this never happens again. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Members are reminded not to engage in personalities toward the president. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In less than 12 hours, President Biden will deliver his State of the Union address and lay out his top policy priorities for our nation. Last week, I sent the White House a request that the national affordable housing and homelessness crisis be included as part of the State of the Union address. And I was very pleased to hear this morning that housing will, in fact, be included in the address. Mr. Speaker, I don't have a special guest. All of the people of this country are my special guests today. I'm speaking to them about this critical issue of housing and the need to take the people off the street. Unfortunately, the homeless on the street and in tents and broken down RVs will not hear this message tonight, but they expect their members of Congress that they elect to office to speak up for them. I speak for them. I fight for them, and I expect everybody, Democrats and Republicans, to fight for the people in America who are homeless, who are looking for better and decent housing. While the Biden administration has helped our nation achieve one of the strongest labor markets with record job creation and a record number of small businesses forming, we simply cannot talk about the state of our union without talking about the state of housing in this country. Housing is a critical part of every person's well-being, the largest part of family budgets, and a major part of our economy. Yet, rising housing costs continue to make up nearly 70% of core inflation, outpacing modest wage gains. To put it in plainer terms, Americans are making more money, but housing costs are so extreme that the extra money in their pockets still isn't enough. Indeed, more renters and homeowners are paying a greater share of their income on housing than ever before. Since 2020, home prices have skyrocketed by 47%. Rents have increased by 40% during that same time frame. It's no wonder that families in nearly every income bracket are feeling the pain of one of the worst housing and homelessness crises in our nation's history. Today, a record 653,100 people are experiencing homelessness nationwide, as we saw a sobering 25% spike in the number of people who are experiencing homelessness for the first time in their lives between 2022 and 2023. I'm talking about people we call our neighbors, family members, students, teachers, and frontline workers, elderly Americans who should be enjoying retirement, are one of the fastest rising groups of people experiencing homelessness. This is simply unacceptable. While the state of our nation's housing is bleak right now, this doesn't have to be our future. We know how to solve the housing crisis. During the pandemic, Democrats secured unprecedented levels of housing relief through bills like the American Rescue Plan Act, which promoted equitable economic recovery, spurred more development of affordable housing, and helped nearly 3 million people experiencing the risk of homelessness. Over 12 million people successfully avoided eviction or foreclosure thanks to these investments. In short, Democrats prove what we can accomplish with substantial targeted investments in housing, and we should use this as a blueprint to finally end this crisis. During this Congress, however, People on the opposite side of the aisle, the Republicans, have tried to defund federal housing programs and even passed a bill to make home ownership more, not less expensive. As the top Democrat on the House Financial Services Committee, I commit to press the fight in Congress to secure robust investments in fair and affordable housing. I've introduced my groundbreaking housing bills, again, including the Housing Crisis Response Act, the Ending Homelessness Act, and the Down Payment Toward Equity Act. These bills would help create nearly 1.4 million affordable, accessible, and resilient homes, reduce housing costs, end homelessness, and revive the dream of home ownership for all. So I'm looking forward to hearing President Biden's State of the Union address, and I hope that housing is highlighted as a major policy and not just a passing mention. And so, Mr. Speaker and members, you're going to hear a lot about housing.
Gentlelady's time has
I'm not going to give up on housing. I'm going to speak to every member of
Your
Congress
time has expired.
about voting for housing to end this crisis. You can keep pounding. I'm
Gentlelady's
through.
time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, for 5 minutes.
I was so furious but not surprised when I saw the Bloomberg News report that the Biden administration is now considering draining $200 million out of Army reserves to send more money to Ukraine. The move would target reserve funds that this House has authorized and appropriated for this particular purpose, a purpose that is worthy, certainly more worthy than continuing involvement in the conflict in Ukraine that could lead to tragic escalatory accident. And I can't even believe this is a controversial view to take on this floor, but I believe that the U.S. Army reserves should actually be for the U.S. Army. And by the way, it's not as if we don't have needs for our Army. How about the families of our soldiers? Right now, childcare is a real problem. We've got Army soldiers that are driving an hour and a half or more each way just to drop off their kids at childcare. We could invest that money in our military families. I could take you to the Army town of Crestview, Florida, in my district, where the school counselors who are still helping Army families deal with the lingering effects of just deployment after deployment after deployment. They could use more resources. They tell me, Congressman, if we had more resources for these Army families, they could improve quality of life and improve mental health. And not for nothing, but the Army was taking a leading role in hypersonics for our country, where we have fallen behind China. If we've got an extra $200 million laying around the Army, how about we invest it in making sure that with hypersonic weapons, we can hit a moving target? I don't know, like China can. But no, indeed, we see this attempt to drain resources away for Ukraine. When Joe Biden talked about campaigning for the soul of the nation, I just assumed it was our nation, not Ukraine. And Ukraine is no Garden of Eden for democracy. Senator Lee pointed out in a report that the CIA had to directly confront Zelensky about his own personal corruption. In Ukraine, they've canceled the presidential elections. Call me old-fashioned, but I actually prefer democracies that hold elections rather than canceling elections. And while there were many concerns about the death of Navalny appropriately, people forget the fact that Zelensky jailed a journalist, Gonzalo Lira, and that journalist died in a Ukrainian prison. So tonight you will hear President Biden come into this House. And the one thing that President Biden has in common with the American people is that both were far better off 4 years ago. Joe Biden physically and the rest of us economically. Now, as a member of the House Armed Services Committee, I will call for an investigation of any efforts to drain U.S. reserves to go and fund this war in Ukraine, and I would invite my fellow members of the Armed Services Committee to join me. And Democrats, you know what this reminded me of? When all the Democrats were crying alligator tears about President Trump using DOD money to go fund the wall. And you may accuse me of hypocrisy now because I supported President Trump in that endeavor, but I don't like the Biden administration going beyond what we set forth with our Article I powers. But at least if I'm being a hypocrite, I was doing so for the defense of America's borders and America's interests to stop an invasion that is killing hundreds of thousands of people through the introduction of fentanyl, and an invasion that is diminishing the economic prospects of working people in this country. When they're hypocrites, Mr. Speaker, they serve as hypocrites so that they can go and fund the pensions of government workers in Ukraine. And not for nothing, but it wasn't that long ago that we found a person connected to the defense industrial complex in Ukraine exiting the country with $1 million in U.S. cash in a shoebox. The corruption is real. America's interests are illusory, and we should never drain $200 million out of our family, or out of our army, that should go to military families, that should go to soldiers, and that should go to America's capabilities. It is America's capabilities that will define whether or not we hold the high ground, not which guy in a tracksuit is running Crimea. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are real concerns throughout our nation about the violence in our streets. There has been a failed social experiment on the part of the left that has resulted in high levels of crime. Left-wing officials, Mr. Speaker, have defunded and discredited police forces across the country, as well as appointed and elected liberal prosecutors who are not prosecuting. The facts don't lie. Here in Washington, D.C., the city has cut $100 million from the Metro PD's $600 million budget since 2017, and the prosecution rate of arrests in the nation's capital has been around 30% in recent years, whereas a short time ago it was upwards near 70%. So it should be no surprise that violent crime is soaring in Washington, D.C. Carjackings, for instance, were up more than 100% from last year, which was at an all-time high. But Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, they're all the same. Crime has gotten so out of hand in New York City, the governor just deployed 1,000 National Guardsmen to help secure the subway system. But it's not just in the cities. This radical ideology has expanded into the suburban communities, and crime has come along with it. Just this week, I met with members of the Fraternal Order of Police. They shared with me their concerns about the rising anti-police sentiment and detailed the skyrocketing violence against law enforcement officers. Last year, Mr. Speaker, tragically, 378 police officers were shot in the line of duty, 46 of whom were killed. And this was up from 323 officers shot in 2022. Disgraceful. One piece of legislation to address these issues is my Holding Prosecutors Accountability Act, which has been endorsed by the National Police Association. It would force ideological prosecutors to do their jobs by mandating they prosecute at least 67% of violent crimes. If they don't, their jurisdiction will lose access to federal DOJ grant funding. It would also require prosecutors' officers to serve highly populated jurisdictions and publish their prosecution rate data. Americans deserve to know if their elected prosecutor is deliberately releasing violent criminals back onto the streets. And, Mr. Speaker, this ideological social experiment starts at the top. Joe Biden and Vice President Harris have not shown support for law enforcement. It's that simple. Just look at their criticism of the border agents that were on horseback, who they accused of whipping migrants, despite knowing that that was categorically false. These border agents were doing their jobs. There was no whipping that took place. And when the truth finally came out, there was no apology from the White House. And when Vice President Harris had the opportunity to disavow the defund the police movement during an interview on The View, she refused to answer, showing an utter lack of support for the brave men and women who protect and serve our communities. This is, Mr. Speaker, a stark contrast from the former president, who would speak strongly in favor of police officers and backing the blue. President Trump sent a clear pro-law enforcement message, but now, under President Biden, we're dealing with rampant smash and grab situations, crimes, migrant crime due to our open borders, out of control violence in our streets, and gangs riding around on dirt bikes, victimizing innocent citizens and small businesses. We have a serious issue before us that has been created over the last 3 years, and as a society and as elected officials, we need to come together to correct course, or the American people must elect those that will make national security and public safety job one. Mr. Speaker, Under the past Trump administration, there was no invasion of the Ukraine, there was peace in the Middle East, and there was less tension between China and Taiwan. As well, the terrorist state of Iran was defunded because of the strict sanctions on their oil exports. But today, Biden's weaknesses on the world stage has plunged the world into chaos. We're now dealing with a horrific invasion by Putin into the Ukraine. The Middle East went from peace to chaos, with hostage-taking, massive slaughters, and death. And many parts of our neighboring country, Mexico, have turned into gangland due to the border policies from this administration. Further, our relationship with China is one of disrespect, no respect. And Iran is now enormously well-funded and responsible for the bulk of terrorism that exists worldwide, from Hezbollah to the Houthis to Hamas. Despite this, we have an administration that has an irrational affinity for gaining some sort of deal or agreement with the terrorist state of Iran. And perhaps what's worse, Mr. Speaker, there is no plan to take corrective action once again. It's just more of the same. And they're asking the American taxpayer to fund the results of the Biden administration's disastrous geopolitical policies. As former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo put it, this is an America that is on its back foot. Our friends don't trust us, and our adversaries insufficiently fear us, Mr. Speaker. I could not agree with him more, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God of all creation, bend your ear toward the earth and hear the cries of your people imprisoned by their adversaries, stolen from their lives and loved ones, and held captive by hatred. There are countless men, women, and children across the globe who are victims of heartless cruelty. But on this day, we lift up those who remain held hostage in Gaza after 5 months, especially our own countrymen, Eden Alexander, Itai Chen, Saigoy Dekel Chen, Omer Nutra, Hirsch Goldberg Pollen, and Keith Siegel. Ever-present one, we pray the Akenu with their loved ones and their communities, asking that you have mercy upon them and bring them out of their suffering to relief, from darkness to light, from subjugation to redemption, now, speedily, and soon. And may the righteous memory of those who have died at the hand of their captors be a powerful testimony to remember that in atonement all the ends of the earth will turn to you, O Lord, and bow before you. O Lord, be not far from us. You are our strength and the deliverer of all those who endure the interminable wait for the return of these our brothers. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate agreed to, without amendment, H. Conrad's 93, concurrent resolution providing for a joint session of Congress to receive a message from the President.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Pennsylvania 4-H members who received the Diamond Clover Award at the recent 4-H State Leadership Conference. 4-H is a youth development program under the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The program's main goal is to educate our nation's youth on pivotal skills and responsibilities to develop them into outstanding citizens. As chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, I'm enlightened to see the work of USDA's programs paving the way for youth. In total, there were 24 Diamond Clover Award winners from 13 counties across Pennsylvania. I'm especially proud to say that out of those 13 counties, three of them are from my district, Pennsylvania 15. Special congratulations to Hannah Trigg from Center County, Phaedra Bauer from Clinton County, and Crystal Clark from Potter County. Congratulations to all of you on your hard work and this recognition. I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot ignore the suffering happening in Gaza. Children dying of malnutrition, no food, no clean water, no medicine, over 2 million people starving in desperate need of help. The October 7th attack by Hamas against innocent Israeli civilians and the taking of hostages are horrific crimes. But I am horrified by Prime Minister Netanyahu's response. His government's actions against civilians in Gaza are intolerable and wrong. U.S. law says no aid shall be furnished under the Foreign Assistance Act or the Arms Export Control Act to any country that, I quote, restricts directly or indirectly the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance, end quote. President Biden, if the Netanyahu government continues to keep humanitarian aid from entering Gaza at the scale required to meet the needs of the people of Gaza, then you must, Mr. President, use the full leverage of U.S. law to get the trucks rolling again. The lives of millions are counting on you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Biden is going to be in this chamber in just a few hours. I'm going to hope for a positive outcome on this, in that up to this point, the border policy that he and his administration have put in place has been disastrous. But of late, he's been blaming Republicans for that, for not passing a really bad idea that's come out of the Senate. Well, we have taken responsibility. We passed H.R. 2 very early in this session and sent it over to the Senate, where Mr. Schumer has ignored that. So I hope the President will call on Mr. Schumer and the Democrat senators to take that bill up over there and have the really strong reform on border strengthening that we need. But if they don't, there's still 8 actions right here the President could be doing. End catch and release, reinstate Remain in Mexico Act, and 6 other ideas that actually were in place when President Trump was in charge. And he rescinded on day 1. He could do this with a stroke of the pen without Congress having to fight over on a partisan deal of how to figure this out on legislation. President Biden could do this. I'm going to hope tonight, instead of blaming Republicans, he will take action and use his pen to put these constitutional pieces back in place. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Bridgestone is one of the largest industrial employers in Wilson County, North Carolina. It's celebrating 50 years. The facility manufactures passenger and light truck tires. There are 1,900 employees at this site. The facility is rated #1 globally in 19-inch tire production. It has received several certifications and awards, including the Rising Star in the North Carolina Department of Labor's Carolina Star Program and the International Sustainability and Carbon Certification Plus. Eastern North Carolina is most grateful to each of the hardworking team members at this essential facility. Congratulations, Bridgestone, on a job well done in reaching this remarkable milestone. Happy 50th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I don't even know it. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as someone who started my family with IVF, I understand how critical it is to so many families that want to have children. I believe all life is precious. Like many Americans, I'm pro-life with exceptions for rape and incest and the health and life of the mother. For years, political opponents have misrepresented my view, but families in my district know where I stand. Nothing is more pro-life than helping families with children, and I do not support federal restrictions on IVF. A recent court ruling prompted confusion about whether the Life at Conception Act bans IVF. I'm removing myself from the bill because it could create confusion about my support for the blessings of having children through IVF. Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as a co-sponsor of H.R. 431. I have been and always will be pro-life.
The lady's request is granted. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When things go wrong, when disaster strikes, the first call most of us will make is 911. On August 8th, 2023, dispatchers at Maui's 911 call center were the ones that answered over 4,500 callers as they called in about the wildfires that were tearing through the island. Through it all, our Maui dispatchers were the first responders who answered the call. Many of them were desperately waiting to hear from their own loved ones, some of whom did not make it. They operated under incredible stress, absorbing the panic and terror of the callers, providing comfort and direction. There is no doubt in my mind that on that fateful day, they saved lives. Last week, Maui's call center team received the 2023 Outstanding Call Center Award from the Next Gen 911 Institute. They are Maui strong, and they represent the very best of us. All those who answer the call when we need them most deserve to be recognized for what they truly are, first responders. That is why I am proud to co-sponsor the bipartisan 911 Saves Act, led by Representatives Torres and Fitzpatrick. In honor of all of our dispatchers, it is our turn to answer the call and pass the 911 Saves Act. Mahalo, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the White House is attempting to downplay the threat that the wide-open southern border presents to our national security. This follows the tragic death of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. Investigators say she was killed by an illegal immigrant who was paroled into this country in 2022. The House Homeland Security Committee found that 600,000 non-detained criminal illegal aliens are in the country. Let me repeat that. We have more than 600,000 illegal immigrants with criminal convictions or pending charges in the United States. In a 2021 memo, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas wrote to the staff, quote, "The fact that an individual is a removable non-citizen should not alone be the basis of an enforcement action against them," close quote. The Biden administration must end this deadly catch-and-release scheme. It's time to close the border so that overwhelmed border officials have the manpower to deport these criminals. American lives are depending on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Robbinsville High School wrestling team for winning the North Carolina High School Athletic Association's 1A team tournament title for the first time in the school's history. The Robbinsville Black Knights defeated their opponent by 10 points, ending their opponent's 4-year winning streak. Senior and 4-time state champion Cage Williams was awarded the most outstanding wrestler of the tournament and broke the program win record with 169 career victories. It was also a banner year for longtime coach David Haney. Coach Haney has been with Robbinsville since 1978 and is now taking a well-deserved retirement after this season. Each Black Knight on the team made important contributions to a historic state championship, all under the experienced leadership of Coach Haney. Congratulations, Black Knights. You've made Western North Carolina proud. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sadly rise today in support of H.R. 7511, the Laken Riley Act, and to honor the namesake of this legislation. Laken Hope Riley was a beautiful soul taken too soon from her loving family by an illegal migrant who was detained and then released back into our country in 2022. As a young nursing student, Laken brought joy to everyone around her as she pursued her passion of helping people. She had so much potential and so much life to live. My prayers are with her family as they mourn the loss of her light in this world. If not for our open borders and catch and release protocols, Laken and many other innocent Americans who were murdered by illegal immigrants would be alive today. It's time to secure our border and end these destructive policies now. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7511 and to continue fighting to ensure no other family has to bury their child due to Biden's preventable crisis. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Advise to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 3rd, the Republic of Bulgaria celebrated National Day. Yesterday, with co-chairman Brad Schneider, the Bulgaria caucus hosted a reception recognizing 120 years of diplomatic relations with America. We appreciate Bulgarian Ambassador Georgi Panyatov. On June 10, 1990, I observed with the International Republican Institute the first post-communist Bulgarian election. I was hosted by Professor Stefan Stoyanov, who was elected to the National Assembly and later reinstated Rotary clubs across Bulgaria. This is the 20th anniversary of Bulgarian admission to NATO. Now Bulgaria has equaled the American per capita aid to Ukraine in the war of dictators with rule of gun, invading democracies with rule of law. Welcome Sweden to NATO today, reinforcing peace through strength. In conclusion, God bless our troops who have successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the thankless few. The ones who wake up each morning at the crack of dawn, rain or shine, and simply go to work. Those thankless few are our farmers. We're great at thanking our first responders, nurses, firefighter, and police officers, as we should. But how often do we thank our farmers? American farmers are the backbone of this nation, and we often take them for granted. Regardless of the lack of gratitude we show them, the same farmers get up and do it over and over again, day after day, just to keep this country going. I encourage everyone to stop and think about where their food comes from and give thanks to the relentless farmers who keep us fed. So today and every day, I say to the farmers, thank you. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the Heartland Horseshoeing School in Lamar, Missouri, as our district small business of the month. Chris and Kelly Gregory opened the school back in 1995 and have since been leaders in teaching the craft of horseshoeing and blacksmithing. This school is more than just a business. It's a place where students from all over the world can learn a skill that's been very important for centuries. The Gregory's work is a reminder of how vital small businesses are to America. They're not just teaching a trade, they're keeping our heritage strong and helping our economy grow. And their reach goes far beyond our district, Mr. Speaker. Their YouTube channel shares their knowledge with more than 220,000 subscribers. Folks like the Gregory show us what we can do when we achieve with hard work and passion the dreams that make us great in America. So congratulations to Chris and Kelly Gregory. Your work is shaping the future of horseshoeing and showing the power of small businesses in America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of a remarkable constituent from my hometown and also a great friend, Stephen Aldridge. Steve is a business manager and financial secretary for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 269, and is renowned in our labor community as an outstanding leader. Mr. Speaker, in addition to his role within Local 269, Steve has been a strong supporter and constant advocate of the Bucks County St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee and the Bucks County St. Patrick's Day Parade itself for many years. And in fact, I've been walking right alongside him in the parade for quite some time now. And with his advocacy, he has helped grow the committee, and he has worked to make the parade grow each and every year, which it has. And because of Steve's outstanding work, he was selected to lead the parade this year as our Grand Marshal of the 35th Annual Bucks County St. Patrick's Day Parade. Mr. Speaker, I'm truly grateful for Steve, for his family, and all he's done over the years, not just as a Local 269 leader, but all the work he's done for the parade and for his friends as well, both professionally and personally. And we just want to say to Steve, we wish you great success in this year's parade. I won't be walking alongside of you this year. I'll be walking behind you, and that's the way it should be. Steve, thanks for all your work for the Bucks County community and the parade committee as well. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 2B2 of the Commission to Study the Potential Creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture Act, Public Law 117-140, and the order of the House of January 9, 2023, of the following individual on the part of the House to the Commission to study the potential creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture to fill the existing vacancy thereon.
Dr. Massimo Momaya, Gilbert's, Illinois.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1052, I call up the bill H.R. 7511, the Laken Riley Act, and ask for its immediate consideration by the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7511, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1052, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7511.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the House says the name Laken Riley through H.R. 7511, the Laken Riley Act. On this day 2 weeks ago, the life of a 22-year-old nursing student, Laken Riley, a beautiful and vibrant young woman, came to an abrupt and shocking end, a totally unnecessary end, when she was abducted from her morning run around Lake Herrick Trail on the campus of the University of Georgia in Athens and brutally killed, beaten to death and to a state of disfigurement by a criminal alien whom Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas were under legal obligation to detain. Laken's failure to return home alarmed her roommate, who called police. Police found her discarded body in the woods off the running trail, her skull crushed. Last Friday, Laken's parents laid their daughter to rest, their lives destroyed by the senseless and depraved actions of a criminal who should not have been here, and the callous indifference of the President and the Secretary of Homeland Security. Venezuelan Jose Ibarra illegally entered into our country across the southwest border in 2022. The Biden administration released him just like millions of others, paroled him into the country to roam wherever he pleased, rather than detaining him as the law required. Jose Ibarra roamed to New York City. There, in August, NYPD arrested him for driving a scooter without a license with a child on board unprotected by a helmet. And an independent obligation arose for Homeland Security to detain Mr. Ibarra, namely, that he had committed an offense involving moral turpitude by endangering that child. But NYPD released him, and Homeland Security did nothing. From New York City, Jose Ibarra roamed to join his brother Diego, another criminal illegal alien, in Athens, Georgia. Athens police arrested Diego in September for driving while intoxicated and without a license, also an offense involving moral turpitude, which required detention by Homeland Security. But Homeland Security again did nothing, and Diego too was promptly released. In October, Jose and Diego joined forces to rip off the local Walmart, and it must have been quite something for them to be arrested for shoplifting in this day and age. But arrested they were, and another basis in law arose for mandatory detention. Specifically, 2 or more criminal offenses by each of them involving separate criminal acts. Again, Homeland Security utterly disregarded Congress's statutory command and did nothing. The Ibarra brothers were set free upon the community again. In December, a final chance came to prevent Laken Riley's fate. Athens police arrested Diego again for failure to appear for a fingerprintable offense. Why didn't they arrest Jose? Who knows? Maybe they figured, what's the point? Homeland Security will just continue looking the other way. Even though Diego was also now an absconder, he was released again. And the big bureaucratic Department of Homeland Security did nothing. Secretary Mayorkas asked whether Jose Ibarra should have been deported before he beat Laken Riley to death, answered blandly that his agency, quote, works closely with law enforcement to ensure individuals who pose a threat to public safety are made the highest priority for detention and removal. Which reminds me of the more than 30 times Secretary Mayorkas testified to Congress under oath that the border was secure. What the Secretary omitted to explain was the law he laid down in September 2021, the memo to the Department of Homeland Security employees, where he instructed that the grounds specified by Congress for detention would never be the basis standing alone for any detention by Homeland Security. The law, according to Alejandro Mayorkas. Today, the Laken Riley Act presents 2 simple and straightforward amendments to law to break through the Biden administration's brazen, defiant, and reckless disregard for Laken Riley and all the other vulnerable Americans out there victimized already or soon to be victimized. First, it specifies theft offenses as a ground mandating the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody criminal illegal aliens like Jose Ibarra and to issue a detainer request to local law enforcement. How hard is that, right? Shouldn't illegal aliens required to be detained at the border in the first place, who go on to engage in thievery in our country, be detained and removed? Who could disagree with that? But if H.R. 7511 only added another detention mandate to the slew that Secretary Mayorkas is brazenly defying even today, it would be an act of futility. More statutory commands to an administration that is lawless, and it would do nothing to honor the life and memory of Laken Riley. Therefore, the other essential element of this bill is to confer standing upon state attorneys general to bring civil actions against open borders executive branch officials who refuse to enforce the nation's immigration laws. This provision comes from H.R. 7322, the Sue for Immigration Enforcement Act, introduced by me and by Chip Roy. It will empower states to hold Homeland Security accountable in federal courts for flouting mandatory detention requirements, the limits of parole authority, and visa sanctions against countries that refuse to cooperate with repatriation of illegals removed from our country. This responds to the Supreme Court's ruling 2023 in United States versus Texas that states lack standing in such cases. And it follows the roadmap set forth in the court's opinion in that case, inviting Congress to cure this standing defect by specifically authorizing such suits in statute. The provision confers standing upon a narrowly defined set of plaintiffs, the states, and authorizes the judiciary to grant redress. As such, this legislation will ensure that harmful abuses of our immigration laws, in fact, those policies set forth by the Biden administration that are in direct conflict and contradiction with the plain meaning of our laws, will not go unchallenged. H.R. 7511 also honors Laken Riley's life and those who mourn her loss, as well as all of the other victims of the Biden border crisis. No law passed by this body can bring back Laken or take away the pain suffered by her family and countless other victims of criminal alien crime. The Laken Riley Act, however, will ensure that illegal aliens who commit theft offenses, as Laken's alleged murderer did, cannot be shielded by the Biden administration's continued reckless, callous indifference. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start by expressing my deepest condolences to Laken Riley's family. The pain of losing a child is something no parent should have to go through. The alleged perpetrator should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. By all accounts, Laken was a kind and gentle soul, beloved by everyone around her. May her memory be a blessing. Unfortunately, instead of coming together to express our sorrow for Laken's tragic loss, the majority appears to be exploiting her death for yet another partisan political stunt. The legislation before us today would subject to mandatory detention any undocumented immigrants merely arrested or charged with committing an act of theft, larceny, or shoplifting, along with I skipped a page. Rather than approaching this tragic event in a thoughtful manner, Republicans appear to have just thrown together language from existing unrelated bills that target and scapegoat immigrants to score cheap political points in an election year, while doing nothing to address the situation at the border. This approach is fundamentally unserious. As if to emphasize the point, the author of this legislation spent the weekend promoting anti-Semitic memes on Twitter. At base, this bill is a rinse and repeat of the majority's unserious attempt to keep immigration in the news. Pick a crime, paste it into a template bill with sweeping, unrealistic immigration consequences. Then require detention and deportation of certain immigrants merely accused of committing such a crime. No due process required. All so that you can demonize immigrants and sound tough without actually making this country safer. The legislation before us today would subject to mandatory detention any undocumented immigrants merely arrested or charged with committing an act of theft, larceny, or shoplifting, along with those who are convicted or who admit to committing such acts. Let's think about that. Someone who is arrested, who was never even charged with a crime, is now going to be subject to mandatory immigration detention? The case of Laken Riley is a tragedy, but as is often said, hard cases make bad law. Under this bill, committing a misdemeanor shoplifting, or even committing no crime at all, can result in a DACA or TPS recipient, someone who may have been in this country for decades, being subject to mandatory detention. Sadly, there are countless real-life examples of people getting arrested because of mistaken identity. Through erroneous witness identification, biographical similarities to perpetrators, and errors caused by faulty facial recognition technology. In a markup we had in the Judiciary Committee last month, Mr. Massey discussed how mistaken identification can deprive someone of their constitutional rights. He noted very real concerns about racial disparities in the development of artificial intelligence and facial recognition tools. These tools have led to numerous erroneous arrests, mostly of people of color. For example, just over a year ago, a Detroit woman was arrested for robbery and carjacking after she was improperly identified as the perpetrator by an automatic facial recognition search. She was 8 months pregnant when she was arrested. After being held by the police for 11 hours, she was released on a $100,000 bond. It took a month and 2 hearings for the case against her to be dismissed. Under this bill, however, if this woman had been on DACA or TPS status, ICE would have been required to detain her upon her release, and her U.S. citizen son would have been born in immigration detention, even though she committed no crime. Mandatory detention of innocent people is not a reasonable or sensible policy choice. This is not where we should be focusing our limited enforcement resources. It is important to remember that this bill would subject more people to mandatory detention at a time when Republicans refuse to give the Department of Homeland Security the resources it needs to carry out its policies. The Biden administration is currently detaining 39,000 people a day. That is 5,000 more people than Congress has even provided funding for it to detain. Congress has never appropriated, and no administration has ever requested, sufficient resources to detain all non-citizens who fall under the, quote, mandatory detention, unquote, categories. Even former President Trump never tried to detain all migrants subject to mandatory detention. House Republicans know this, but instead of facing that reality and providing the resources necessary to address weaknesses in the immigration system, they would prefer to demagogue the issue, and they bring us measures like this. If that weren't bad enough, this bill also purports to give state attorneys general standing to sue in court for perceived violations of certain sections of the Immigration and Nationality Act, hoping to convince the judicial branch to impose the draconian immigration policy preferences that MAGA Republicans have failed to get through the political branches of the federal government. This bill simply declares that states have standing to sue so long as the state or its residents suffer almost any degree of harm, no matter how trivial, appearing only to exclude financial harms that are less than $100. And we should note that this provision is almost certainly unconstitutional. Just declaring that there is standing does not make it so. Just last year, the Supreme Court addressed the issue of states standing to sue the federal government over immigration enforcement matters, which this bill appears to be a half-baked attempt to circumvent. In an 8-1 decision, the court held that Texas and Louisiana lacked Article III standing to bring suit against the federal government over its alleged violation of some of the very same immigration statutes that this bill would purport to grant standing to the states to sue over. In rejecting the state's standing argument, the court noted, among other things, that lawsuits alleging insufficient arrest or prosecution run against the executive branch's Article II authority to enforce the law, which includes the discretion to determine enforcement priorities in the face of lack of resources and shifting public safety and public welfare needs. This bill also goes directly against the Supreme Court's settled precedent in Spokio Inc. versus Robbins, which explicitly states that a statutory right to sue does not constitute an injury for purposes of standing. But settled precedent, much like responsible governance, doesn't seem to matter much to the majority. Time and again, Republicans have refused to engage in bipartisan immigration reform. At the behest of Donald Trump, the Republicans dismissed out of hand a bipartisan Senate border bill that Senate Minority Leader McConnell called the strongest border bill in 30 years. In October, the Biden administration sent Congress a supplemental funding request, which included an additional $14 billion for border security. House Republicans refused to schedule a vote on this funding request, which would provide the Biden administration the resources it needs to secure the border and would provide additional support for communities receiving migrants. Both these bills would have allowed the Biden administration to hire thousands more asylum officers and immigration judges, so asylum hearings happen in weeks, not years. This would help put an end to what my Republican colleagues refer to as catch and release, a procedure in immigration law that has been used by every administration for decades. And what they mean by that is you catch someone, but because of lack of resources, his court date is 3 years from then, and so you have to release him pending the court date because he has a colorable claim to asylum. But if the appropriation that the Biden administration had requested, this could be done in weeks, not years, and you wouldn't have the problem with catch and release, so-called catch and release. All they can point to is H.R. 2, which last week got a grand total of 32 yes votes in the Senate when it was brought up for a vote. Instead of rushing yet another partisan stunt to the floor, the majority should work with Democrats to pass bipartisan solutions to address the situation at the border. That would be a far better way to truly honor the lives of those we have tragically lost. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank my friend from North Carolina for yielding. Mr. Speaker, just 2 weeks ago, at the hands of a violent, illegal alien, we lost yet another American life, a beloved daughter, student, and Georgian. This has been heartbreaking for the family, our communities, and this nation. That is why I stand before you today and rise in strong support of H.R. 7511, the Laken Riley Act. Laken was an outstanding student at Augusta University's nursing school in Athens, which was well on her way to a successful career helping others and saving countless lives, all to be cut brutally short by a vicious criminal. This should have never happened and cannot happen again in this nation. In fact, this could have been prevented had the Senate passed H.R. 2 and secured our border. It is the responsibility of Congress and this administration to make sure every American can live in this country safely and we be a law-abiding nation. Not only is the suspect in Laken Riley's tragic death here illegally, but he also has a criminal record that includes shoplifting in Athens, Clark County. Allowing this criminal to freely roam our communities was absolutely unacceptable. H.R. 7511 will ensure illegal immigrants who commit theft are detained by ICE rather than released back into these communities. The bill will also allow states to sue the federal government for failing to enforce our borders. I am sick of President Biden's and liberal officials across this country not enforcing current law. It is beyond me how anyone can support the sanctuary and catch and release policies that have attracted illegal aliens to these communities, just like the one responsible for taking Laken Riley's life. In fact, the president has statutory authority to secure our border. I strongly urge a yes vote on this important legislation to protect our nation. Robin and I and our family continue to join all our fellow Georgians in this nation in praying for Laken's family and loved ones. She will not be forgotten, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield to the gentleman from Maryland, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Ivey, such time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from New York for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 7511, the House Republicans' unconstitutional attempt to violate the separation of powers doctrine. While I take issue with many aspects of this bill, I'm particularly concerned about this bill, that this bill is a blatant effort to overturn the Supreme Court's 8-1 ruling in the United States v. Texas, and wrongly blames the Biden administration for 3 decades of border enforcement challenges. In the Texas case, states sued the Department of Homeland Security about border enforcement. Justice Kavanaugh, a Trump appointee, writing for the 8-1 majority, stated that Texas did not have standing in its lawsuit against the federal government. He wrote The threshold question is whether the states have standing under Article 3 to maintain this suit. The answer is no. This bill does not change the Supreme Court's clear ruling. Determining whether states can bring suit in this type of immigration case is a power that is vested in the federal courts, not Congress. Justice Kavanaugh also made clear that the discretion to arrest and detain aliens is a power granted to the executive branch, and that, quote, the executive branch does not possess the resources necessary to arrest or remove all of the non-citizens covered by the federal immigration laws. That reality is not an anomaly, it is a constant. Kavanaugh noted, in addition, that for the last 27 years, quote, all 5 presidential administrations have determined that resource constraints necessitated prioritization in making immigration arrests. That means DHS cannot detain everybody. So the executive branch, not the states, have to make choices. Unfortunately, this bill would not give DSH the resources to change that. Instead, House Republicans rely on political stunts like impeaching Secretary Mayorkas, even though that won't fix the problem at the border. The bipartisan Senate bill that the House Republicans refuse to even debate actually would help to address these problems, but they won't bring that bill to the floor for a vote. If they did, it would pass. That's because we all know we need more border agents and more judges to eliminate the backlog of immigration cases. But the Republicans are not proposing more resources or any legislation that might truly make a difference. I thank the gentleman for yielding. This bill is not a serious attempt to address the actual border security needs, and as such, I would urge my colleagues to oppose it. Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Immigration Integrity and Security and Enforcement of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Laken Riley's death was foreordained the day that this administration took office and reversed the successful Trump policies that had finally secured our borders. Since that day, just 3 years ago, more than 6 million illegal aliens have been allowed to enter our country, a population the size of the state of Missouri, our 18th largest state. Very little is done to vet these millions of illegal migrants. We don't know how many terrorists or violent criminals are among them, and worse, this administration seems not to care. But we do know that the number of suspected terrorists that we're apprehending has skyrocketed, and that violent international crime cartels and violent foreign gangs are now operating freely in our communities, often protected from deportation and detention by the Democrat sanctuary laws. One of these criminals is now accused of the brutal murder of Laken Riley. How many such monsters has this president allowed into our country? We do not know. But we're slowly, painfully, and tragically finding out victim by victim. In this case, the suspect was paroled into this country through a shocking abuse of power by this president. He was repeatedly arrested for theft and other crimes in sanctuary jurisdictions, and each time released back onto our streets. The bill before us would require this administration to detain illegal aliens who commit theft, burglary, larceny, or shoplifting, something it simply refuses to do, and it would also allow states to bring civil action against federal officials who refuse to enforce these laws. Today, the name on the bill is Laken Riley. Tomorrow, it will be another victim of these policies, another son or daughter or loved one. And it won't stop until this administration is stopped. And that can only be done by the American people. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Thank you. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I don't reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
The previous speaker said that illegal aliens who committed crimes should be detained. And indeed they should. But this bill says that illegal aliens whom somebody thinks may have committed a crime should be detained mandatorily. That is un-American, and I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the Laken Riley Act. And first, I want to express the sincere condolences from everyone in the 7th Congressional District to Laken Riley. Then candidate Biden promised in 2020 that we'd have open borders, and we've seen the devastating consequences, and it's happening all over the country. In January, a father of 3 daughters was killed by an illegal alien in my congressional district in northern Wisconsin. Once again, this illegal alien should have been deported by ICE agents when he was first convicted of drunk driving in 2023. And once again, the Biden administration chose not to deport him. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, this is hardly a surprise. In fact, in 2020, Joe Biden himself declared, "I don't count drunk driving," when asked what crimes should merit the removal of illegal aliens. And he is not alone. As we all know, just a few short weeks ago, 150 Democrats in this chamber voted against legislation to deport criminal aliens convicted of drunk driving. Mr. Speaker, the sad truth is that both Laken Riley and Stephen Nashholm's deaths were preventable.
Reserve.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our hearts do go out to the family of Laken Riley. And now, we also must acknowledge that we can no longer take the feigned, empty words of sympathy from those across the aisle who refuse to do something meaningful to stop the onslaught that is happening in America today. Let's think about this. You need to acknowledge you haven't done anything. You sent to us a foreign aid bill that you've claimed is a border security bill. It is no such thing. But let's face this fact as well. Let's face the fact that the law requires detention already. The detention provisions of Title VIII are civil in nature and not criminal in nature, and that's why there's already authority and mandates to hold people in custody when they haven't been convicted of various acts, such as drug distribution, prostitution, other vices. This bill simply adds another criminal offense into a civil construct. Let's admit that you don't want to stop that. Let's admit that you don't really want to secure the border. If you wanted to secure the border, if this administration wanted to secure the border, there is authority under Title VIII right now to enact border closure procedures. This administration has allowed people to come in running rampant. This administration should apologize to the family of the 11-year-old girl who was raped last week by a Guatemalan illegal alien who should never have been released from custody. This happens over and over again. It's time now to stand up and say you support this bill and you're going to begin to take action to bring the border under control. If you want to talk about parole, we could go into a lengthy discussion about parole. But I'm not going to go into a lengthy discussion. I'm going to yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from North Carolina yields.
I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Laken Riley is dead because of Joe Biden's policies. There's no words that I can say that will bring her back to life. There are no words that will bring back State Trooper Christopher Gadd. There are no words that will bring back 16-year-old Elizabeth Medina. There are no words that will bring back all those who've been brutally beaten, murdered, and damaged by illegals who were let out on parole. But for God's sake, pass the Laken Riley Act, and President Biden stop paroling illegals over and over again. Stop killing our Americans. Stop hurting our Americans. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from North Carolina yields. Reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Congressman Bishop. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7511, the Laken Riley Act, and our hearts do go out to her grieving family today. This bill is in remembrance of Laken Riley, the 22-year-old nursing student who was tragically murdered in my home community of Athens, Georgia, by an illegal alien who should never have even been in the United States. After illegally entering the country, Laken's murderer was arrested by the NYPD in September of 2023 for acting in a manner to injure a minor and for committing a motor vehicle license violation. Also, according to an Athens Clark County police report, this illegal alien went on to shoplift in Georgia the following month. Clearly, this illegal alien had a pattern of criminal history, one that started when he accepted Joe Biden's invitation to illegally enter our country and do so under an abuse of the parole system. He should never have been allowed to reside in the United States illegally, and ICE should have immediately issued a detainer after he committed these crimes. Because ultimately, if ICE had issued a detainer, this illegal alien would never have been in the United States to commit the horrific murder of Laken Riley. We must enact changes now to protect communities across the country from facing additional avoidable tragedies. H.R. 7511 provides a common-sense solution to do just that. This legislation requires ICE to issue detainers and take custody of illegal aliens who commit crimes like theft, burglary, and larceny. But the local jurisdiction, the Clark County Sheriff's Office, would also have to recognize and act upon the ICE detainer. And when you have a sanctuary city like the Athens Clark County Unified Government, ignoring these detainers makes them a magnet for criminal illegal aliens. So I call right now on Athens Clark County to publicly reject their sanctuary city policy. If they did, it would be a strong step in the right direction toward preventing our citizens from becoming future victims of illegal alien violent crime. Additionally, the Laken Riley Act contains within it Representative Dan Bishop's own legislation that just last week passed out of the Judiciary Committee. It is called the Standing Up to the Executive Branch for Immigration Enforcement Act. So, my friend, I want to recognize your part in making this legislation happen. These important provisions that Rep. Bishop authored give state attorney generals standing to bring suit against DHS Secretary Mayorkas, Secretary of State Blinken, Attorney General Garland for violating certain immigration laws that harm the state or its representatives or its respective citizens. Rep. Bishop's legislation also allows for appropriate injunctive relief and expedites the disposition of such civil actions. This important legislation is critical. And as a co-sponsor, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the Laken Riley Act. After all, one of the most formidable ways that Congress can deliver justice to the Laken Riley family is by passing this legislation. Thank you.
I reserve. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Laken Riley's future was taken away from her and she from her family because an illegal immigrant in the state of New York was arrested and released, my home state. My colleague across the aisle knows this full well. Because of policies put in place by this administration, embraced by governors like Kathy Hochul in states like New York, we have surrendered our southern border and made our communities less safe. It is important to move on this piece of legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to support the Laken Riley Act. But I also ask my colleagues, especially those from New York, to take serious the challenge that has been made worse and communities less safe because of cashless bail, catch and release, and sanctuary city policies in the state of New York. I asked them to join me in calling on Governor Kathy Hochul, instead of talking about it, taking action to rescind cashless bail, reform catch and release, and end sanctuary city policies to make safe the people and communities of the state of New York. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to yield 1 minute to the Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my friend from North Carolina for yielding. And it's so important that we have this debate on the floor and that we pass the Laken Riley Act. It would be more significant if later tonight, in this very chamber, if Joe Biden joined us and said that he was going to finally take action using the same pen that on day one when he became president, he used to undo all of those actions that were securing our border. If he would say he's going to reverse those actions, he can work to restore the Remain in Mexico protocol, getting us back to a functioning asylum process. He could take direct action with his own pen, no act of Congress, to end catch and release, so that when people come here by the millions as they have, they're not just allowed to go into the interior of our country, where we don't even know where they're going. Governors can't tell you how many people have come into their states illegally, where they're showing up. You see it in cities where they're showing up and they're shutting down schools and gymnasiums to house people. This is out of control, and Joe Biden created the mess. He could solve it. But short of Joe Biden solving it, the House has taken multiple actions to address it. This Republican House came together last year to pass H.R. 2, a bill designed to actually secure America's border. Taken all of those necessary actions, whether the president wants to or not, but doing the things that it takes, working with our Border Patrol agents to secure America's border so that we don't have what we've seen, at least 8 million people that have come across illegally. And when you look at some of the devastating consequences, Laken Riley is just one example. And I pray for her, and I pray for her family. No family should have to go through what Laken Riley's family is still grieving with today. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this is not even an isolated incident. It's happening over and over again in communities all across America ever since Joe Biden opened our southern border, allowing millions of people to come in. You're seeing countries emptying out prisons to send people here. People on the terrorist watch list, over 140 that we know of on the terrorist watch list that have been detained. How many that we don't know of that haven't been caught, that are here in America planning to do us harm because Joe Biden opened the southern border? There are serious negative consequences to those actions that Joe Biden took. When you think about Kenner, Louisiana, a community in my backyard, part of which I represent in my district, just days ago, a 14-year-old girl was raped by someone here illegally. You saw just recently a 2-year-old murdered by someone here illegally. How many more communities are going to have to suffer? How many more families are going to have to be victims before Joe Biden admits this problem and then works with us to solve it? Not passing a bill like they tried to in the Senate that actually makes it worse, that codifies things like catch and release, that gives over $1 billion of your taxpayer money to fund lawyers for people here illegally. Yes, that was in the Senate bill that even the Senate didn't pass after all of that hoopla about a bipartisan coalescence. They didn't even pass that bill once they read it. The House did pass a bill
to solve this problem. Today we're coming together to pass another bill here with the Laken Riley Act to solve this problem. But the worst part of it is this problem should have never happened if Joe Biden didn't take the steps he took with a pen to open this southern border. He could close it himself. He chooses not to. We came together and said, then we'll close it, Mr. President, and he issued veto threats on those bills because he wants an open border. But does he want the consequences too? Will he look those families in the eye and tell them enough is enough and apologize to them? He could do that tonight from that podium. I sure hope he does. But in the meantime, what he really needs to do is work with us to end this madness, to secure America's border, get back to a functioning legal system of immigration in America, like every other country has, so that we don't see this endless flow that's devastating communities all across America. Let's pass the Laken Riley Act, and hopefully there will be no more examples like Laken Riley in the future. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thanking the gentleman, I reserve.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Scalise and the other Republicans are not serious about solving the problem we all talk about. Mr. Scalise says the solution is H.R. 2, a bill so serious it received 32 votes in the United States Senate, a body with 49 Republican senators. If the Republicans were sincere, were serious about solving this problem, they would vote the $14 billion that the President has requested to hire more Border Patrol people and more judges so that asylum decisions can be made in weeks and not years, and you wouldn't have the problem of catch and release. If Republicans were serious, they wouldn't have tanked the Senate bill developed by negotiations including principally Senator Langford, who is considered the second most conservative senator in the Senate. And that bill was going to be agreed to until President Trump decided, or former President Trump, and hopefully never again President Trump, decided that he'd rather have an issue for the campaign than solve the problem. So he told the Republicans to tank the bill that they had just written. So let's talk about hypocrisy. That's what we're hearing in this chamber. That's what we hear all the time. A party, Republican Party, that loves the rhetoric, that loves to use the victimhood of people like Laken Riley for political purposes. But a political party, a Republican Party, that does not want to solve this problem, will not take any serious step to solve this problem, and is trying to create a fraud on the American people by pretending that it cares about this problem. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman who represents Athens, Georgia, Mr. Collins.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Representative Bishop, for yielding. Colleagues, I'm proud to have introduced the Laken Riley Act and urge you to join me in voting to pass this bill today. As Joe Biden comes to the Capitol tonight to defend his atrocious record, the House is voting to rebuke him for the open border policies that led directly to Laken Riley's murder. Y'all, enough is enough. The President and the DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas have released millions of illegal aliens into this country, and they refuse to secure our border and keep Americans safe. Unfortunately, the man who murdered Laken was among those millions. Despite committing several crimes in multiple jurisdictions, he was allowed to roam free in America before brutally murdering Miss Riley on the campus of the University of Georgia on February the 22nd. Folks, Laken was only 22 years old, a nursing student. She had her whole life and a bright future ahead. And this young woman was an exemplary daughter, sister, and friend. She was cherished by so many people for her loving nature and her servant's heart. And she would be with us today if elected leaders who took an oath to preserve our Constitution and faithfully execute our laws had kept their word. But they didn't. While we can't bring Laken back, we must now turn our focus to doing everything we can to prevent this from happening to another American. The Laken Riley Act is a key piece in our fight to restore the rule of law and get criminal, illegal aliens off our street. This legislation will give Immigration and Customs Enforcement more tools. It will add theft to the list of crimes for which the agency must detain and deport an illegal alien. This is crucial. Many people who commit petty crimes go on to commit worse crimes. Laken's murderer, Jose Antonio Ibarra, is a prime example of this. Ibarra was cited for shoplifting in Athens, Georgia, just prior to murdering Laken. But under current law, ICE would not have been required to pick up Ibarra, even if local law enforcement had reported him. Now, let's change that. Let's also give states the legal recourse when the federal government fails to enforce immigration law. The Laken Riley Act does that. States will be able to sue the federal government for injunctive relief when illegals released into this country harm our people. Lastly, the bill condemns the president's border policies and calls on him to end catch and release, reinstate remain in Mexico, and secure the borders of the United States. Colleagues, today we act on behalf of those who are no longer with us because of Joe Biden's policies. I thank you for rallying alongside of me to highlight Laken Riley's life these past 2 weeks. Let's continue to pray for her family and friends as they grieve her loss and resolve to continue to fighting for the American people against the lawlessness created by this administration. I urge you to join me in voting yes on the Laken Riley Act. And when it passes, I also urge my colleagues in the Senate to take this up immediately. Let's ensure justice for Laken Riley. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm prepared to close as well, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to close where I began, by expressing my deepest condolences to the family of Laken Riley. I only wish that we were debating a bill worthy of her name. Instead, we have the latest Republican press release, a bill that serves as an excuse to target and demonize immigrants while making our country no safer. I hope that my Republican colleagues will change course and choose to work with Democrats and with the administration in a constructive manner that improves our immigration system and makes our border more secure. Until then, I must urge members to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 7511 is but the latest effort by Republicans to do something about the harm that confronts our nation from an uncontrolled border by the determined action of President Biden and Democrats. H.R. 2 is an extensive bill with many provisions, an extensive reform. Democrats have ignored it. This bill is exceedingly simple and straightforward. Democrats attack it. The excuses for doing nothing never end. The only answers offered by Democrats are to spend more money, processing more aliens faster into the country, making the problem worse. And yet they always deflect blame to someone else for the calamitous results of their policies. This bill is very straightforward. The objection that a thief should not be deported until after a conviction leaves Americans to be victimized for all the time that would happen until a conviction. It's not required under the law. The distinction between the point the the gentleman from New York made about Mr. Massey's bill concerning the use of facial recognition technology, that's about American citizens. The people involved here have no right to be in this country. They're not supposed to be here. They also object that the standing change, that the conferral of standing on state attorneys general is unconstitutional, will not work. But it is Justice Kavanaugh, in the opinion of the court in United States versus Texas, who said, for example, Congress might specifically authorize suits against the executive branch by a defined set of plaintiffs who have suffered concrete harms from executive under-enforcement, and specifically authorize the judiciary to enter appropriate orders requiring additional arrests or prosecutions by the executive branch. This bill takes that invitation from the court to act. It's far past the time for President Biden to act. He will not act. Let's act in this United States Congress. We have the chance to give states the ability to fight back. We have the chance to recognize Laken Riley's story as a tragedy. There need not be other tragedies. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on the Laken Riley Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Okay. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1052, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
Without objection, the yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: passage of H.R. 7511 and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3843. First electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H. 7511, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7511, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
Question is on passage of the bill. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 251, the nays are 170. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, to suspend the rules, pass H.R. 3843, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 194, H.R. 3843. A bill to amend Title III of the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize grants to address dental workforce needs.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill? Members record their votes by electronic device. This 5-minute vote.
Continue.
Ready? On this vote, the yeas are 391, the nays are 32. Two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 1052 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 2799. Will the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, kindly take the chair?
Go ahead. When the Committee of the Whole rose on Wednesday, March 6, 2024, a request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 5, printed in Part B of House Report 118-407, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, has been postponed. Pursuant to Clause Rule 6 of 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-407, on which further proceedings were postponed. In the following order: Amendment 1 by Lawler, New York. Number 2, Huizinga of Michigan. 3, Lucas of Oklahoma. 4, Wagner of Missouri. 5, Sherman of California. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any vote in this series. The unfinished business request on recorded vote Amendment Number 1, printed as Part B, House Report 118-407 by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, which the proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes are reported by voice vote. Curtis will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-407, offered by Mr. Lawler of New York.
Recorded vote is requested. Those supporting the request for recorded vote will rise to be counted. Sufficient number of members. Recorded vote is ordered. The members to record their votes by electronic device. 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 278, the nays 146. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business request to record a vote on amendment number 2, printed part B, House 118-407. Gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Heising, on which further proceedings are postponed, and the ayes prevail by a voice vote. The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-407, offered by Mr. Heisinger of Michigan.
Record a vote requested. Those who support the request to record a vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number have risen. Record a vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. 2-minute vote. Seconds. On this vote, the yeas are 269, the nays are 153. The amendment is agreed to. Unfinished business request to record a vote, amendment number 3, printed part B of House 118-407. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, on which further proceedings are postponed, on which the ayes prevail by a voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-407. Offered by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those who support a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number have risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. It will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 301, the nays are 125. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote, amendment number 4, printed Part B, House Report 118-407, Gentlewoman, Missouri, Ms. Wagner. Further proceedings were postponed. The ayes prevailed on a voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-407, offered by Mrs. Wagner of Missouri.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those support the request report will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 270, the nays are 154. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business request recorded vote amendment number 5, printed Part B, House 118-407, Gentleman, California, Sherman, on which further proceedings are postponed, on which the noes prevailed by a voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-407, offered by Mr. Sherman of California.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those who support the request recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 203, the nays are 223. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Speaker, the committee as a whole House put training wheels on that guy. Having had under consideration H.R. 2799 directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole and the State of the Union reports that the committee under consideration H.R. 2799 has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, unfinished business question on suspending the rules passed Senate 206, which clerk says report the title.
Senate 206, an act to require the Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection to regularly review and update policies and manuals related to inspections at ports of entry.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules past Senate 206? So as many are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. Opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the bills are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
All right. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 6174, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 260, H.R. 6174, a bill to improve the biodetection functions of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R. 7454, an act to amend Title 49 United States Code to extend authorizations for the Airport Improvement Program, to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, to extend the funding and expenditure authority of the Airport and Airway Trust Fund, and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to take note of the fact that some of us on the Energy and Commerce Committee were in executive session on a very important national security matter, and we were told that the first vote this evening was going to be held for us for a few minutes so we could get down here and vote. And unfortunately, that did not happen. I was upset by it. It was obviously a miscommunication from the floor. But I do want everyone to understand that those of us who were not able to vote on that first matter this evening did so because of the executive session on national security, and it was through no fault of our own that we missed that first vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Sir, Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 6542. Please.
The request is granted. This is it. After consultation among the Speaker and the majority of the minority leaders, and with their consent, the Chair announces that when the two houses meet tonight in joint session to hear an address by the President of the United States, only the doors immediately opposite the Speaker and those immediately to his left and right will be open. No one will be allowed on the floor of the House who does not have the privilege of the floor of the House. Due to the large attendance that is anticipated, the rule regarding the privilege of the floor must be strictly enforced. Children of members will not be permitted on the floor. The cooperation of all members is requested. The practice of purporting to reserve seats prior to the joint session by placement of placards or personal items will not be allowed. Chamber security may remove these items from the seats. Members may reserve their seats only by physical presence following the security sweep of the chamber. All members are reminded to refrain from engaging in still photography or audio or video recording in the chamber. Taking unofficial photographs detracts from the dignity of the proceedings and presents security and privacy challenges for the House. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 8:35 p.m. for the purpose of receiving in joint session the President of the United States.
The House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
The joint session will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray. The Senator from Michigan, Ms. Stabenow. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from Virginia, Mr. Warner. The Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin. The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. And the Senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Mr. Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
tonight's meeting.
Tony.
Jill.
Good evening. Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, "I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that it needs to defend itself. That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers at war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Now, my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable. America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. Come here, stand up. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will not bow down. In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you are here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a great, gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood. America stood strong, and democracy prevailed. We must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win. As I've done ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office to defend against all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child, but the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to AVF. Guarantee it nationwide. Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right. I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader, defending reproductive freedom, and so much more. Thank you. My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you were right about that. Clearly, those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024. If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. Folks, America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses? Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives of loved ones, millions left behind? A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news, but in 1,000 cities and towns, the American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot, and we leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, my inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record. Unemployment at 50-year lows. A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, and we will. More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up, inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world and tending lower. The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers. Creating good-paying American jobs. And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment in the family farms, because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know, we're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office, and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, and new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same. The folks of Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs of the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn Sims, a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Shawn, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America. That's you, the American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is brighter. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger. Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the United States combined. And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor go way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it. With a law that I proposed and signed, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And I want to, but what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion. Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys. And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. Now I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone. Folks, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get in Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, even Moscow, probably. And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, it's still a very big deal. Over 100